was, yeah. Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kit. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Sunny. Man, poor. Who all do we got? Let me check the... Sonia, Man Bear Bull, Max, Jeff, Aqua Wolf, That Echo, Rat Killer, I'm sure you're here. What else do we have? Paul. Good morning, guys. How is everybody? I hope everybody didn't get too crazy on that position I showed. Like I said, I did that one different. Man, poor, you know of the days when I've spoken. Not a lot of times have I ever done any of this stuff live, and a lot of you guys don't get it. But essentially what happened there, and if you go back in the stream for any of you guys that weren't here, but I'm going to go over it real fast, right? Essentially what happened there was when the trade came in, I entered, right? Because we came off the weekly open. I'm sure you guys understand the reasoning behind the trade. You've seen me take it plenty of times as an entry like this, and I drew it up long before. But anyway, so when I entered the trade, here's what a lot of you are going to be confused about, and I think a lot of you got confused about it. When I entered the trade almost went to TP1. Okay. And then started coming back down, and per normal, what I try to do with you guys, right, is put my stop into profit so that you guys aren't over risking. And as you saw, I moved my stop into profit, but I expected that push to push, right? So I took my stop and put it back at my original stop loss. So when it got back down into drawdown and was in the red, I waited on it. And then when it came back up to entry, and I've said this a million times, it came back up to entry. I entered another position. Why? Because I was still good with the original position that I had. So when it said, hey, we're going to push up, I entered again up into the position pushing up. Okay. So that was why I had 4 contracts on that position, and she was pushing up. And again, she came up, hit TP1, which was great, and we pulled profit as it went up. Next candle didn't really have a top wick, and that's why I got so tight on the stop loss. And yes, we got stopped, in profit. So long after it hopped off the weekly open. Yeah, we longed right there where it's drawn up. I'm going to take it off here in a minute, but it's drawn up there. I was looking for the top wick on the black candle to the left. So I drew that up first off, expecting a top wick on that candle. We rejected closing below weekly open, and then actually on the 30 had a bottom wick and flip. So hopefully that makes sense. If you go back and look at it, you'll see kind of what I'm talking about. But I expected to push up. I still expect to put a top wick on this candle. Like I said, we ended up out. The price action went very sideways and wasn't giving the perfect signs of pushing, which now it's giving. You could have re-entered this. You would have had a large stop. You could have, like I drew it up earlier, I would have liked to have seen a bigger top wick on this candle. And this candle opened up and pushed straight up. Anybody that was watching at 9 knows that. And I measured it out, and you could have taken and traded the rebreak, or you could have even did the flip, which would have been kind of or even breaking back into this range. So there's a few different ways you could have got back involved with this. I'm not a super fan of this setup. That's why I didn't stay and wait for it. Do I still expect it to come up here and put a top wick on? Yeah, I mean, I've been expecting that since 7:30 this morning. So just ideas there, guys. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully you guys understood why I re-entered. Like I said, I'm not sure how many of you guys were in the server back when I, showed trades like this. I would only show them on video, never on live stream. And I would always show the re-entries. Everybody always wanted to know why I re-entered. Well, for me, right? And I'll tell everybody else. Man, Poor already knows this. He was around way back then and following close to what I was doing back then. So, but for me, right, I enter a position and I have a reasoning for entering. You know, it's a wick down and a flip, right? So it flips the candle, so it breaks the highs. So I enter there. If it goes into profit and then comes back down and goes back into drawdown, well, there's one of two things that are going to happen. Okay, we're either going to go down and break the lows, in which case you get stopped out, which is fine. You know, you took your setup, you take a stop. It is what it is. Not all trades win. Or you're going to go back up and break that entry again. If you were willing to take it the first time, then why would you not be willing to take it the second time? The same goes in drawdown. And here's where Apex's rules are kind of funny. And again, this was a re-entry at entry, not a re-entry while in drawdown. Of course, you can take one entry, but anyway, okay. So if we go down and we are, you know, let's say below entry, and again, you get another consolidation range that runs sideways, right? And then you get a closure above, you know, now in the red. Just imagine this, right? And then you get a bottom wick and a flip. Well, then why would you not re-enter? If you weren't already in a position, would you take a position here? And that's the question you have to ask yourself. And if the answer is yes, if you weren't currently in a position, you'd take a position here, then there's nothing wrong with re-entering. And that's how I look at it. That's why I added there. It's something that I do, not a lot on stream, because I don't want people getting confused or over risking or doing crazy things. But it's something that, you know, is part of my trading criteria, because a position's a position at the end of the day. If you say, okay, right here, I would enter long, and you enter, goes down into drawdown, comes back up, why would you not enter long there again if you weren't in said position? And if your answer is, well, I would enter in there long again, then why are you not? You know, just because you're in a position? To me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's just me. So it's all on how you want to risk how you want to, you know, do your risk management, how you want to trade. But that's how I trade, right? Let's see what we got here, guys. We've had a lot of people enter the server. I don't know if that's good or bad. Anyway. All right. Let's get on. This should play. Again, this would be another position right here. Just the same with lack of a bottom wick and obviously too big of a stop loss. You could have did something just like this, you know, just like I always do. Eyes above right here. Here would have been your closure, bottom wick, flip, and continue up. So that also is a area you could have took there just the same. So don't want to confuse anybody, so I'm going to turn that off. But anybody that was here for the TA and, you know, this morning, I already knew that I was expecting this move anyway. So again, it just is what it is, right? I like it when you break it down like that. Good brain learning. Beautiful. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's what I'm trying to do, is figure out a way that, you know, everybody can wrap their head around it. That's what's most important to me, I'll be honest. Is for everybody to be able to wrap their head around it and understand what it is that I'm talking about. So if I can't make anybody understand, then I'm failing at my job. And I had a green line here earlier, you guys, and that was part of the break. That's why the entry that was part of the break. Expecting that to push. For everybody that was here earlier. Hopefully everybody understood the breakdown anyway for the position here. Hopefully everybody got that. 30 is
Hey
going to
man,
be short.
would you look to flip short at around like 2360?
No, not really. The only reason that I have this here is just to put the top wick on this candle. So I don't have any big means of thinking that anything will go short until you get to, you know, up into this area possibly. And if you start making some bearish candles up here, you know, you come up to this area here where you should see your, you know, resistance at now. What you'll see is you'll see some closures below here, and then you'll see some top wicks and flips to come back down if that's what it's going to do. And again, is that saying that it won't, you know, reject it 2360 like you say? Absolutely not. That's just not where I'm looking to get in, right? If you pull a 0.5, that's probably about where you're at. A lot of guys will run the 0.5 of the move. So probably right about, right where you're talking about, you know, 2360.5. So yeah, it's not the worst place in the world to start looking short. I just won't be necessarily looking short there. You know what I mean? But yeah, not the worst place in the world at all, because that's a pretty decent retrace if it's going to hold the 0.5 there. You can throw your 0.5, like I said, it was like 60.5, somewhere around that general vicinity, and look for some wicks to wick up there with some, you know, rejection, and then find a entry candle to run down. Absolutely not a bad idea at all. Not a bad idea at all. And if I see a bunch of consolidation there to where we build a, you know, another range right here that looks something like this, get something like that going on, then yeah, I might consider, if we're rejecting these highs hard, to trade it back down. But I'd only be going down to about here, so there's not a super lot of room, but there's enough, yeah, to get involved in a position.
Right. So look to build a range and look for a reaction.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. That's what I look for. Like I said, not everybody's the same, but that's what I look for. So when you go down and you look at the entries that I'm involved in, you're going to see stuff like this. See all these sideways candles? You know, that means that I'm looking hard. On the 5 minute, they're not knowing where to go with it, and everybody's trading the 5 minute. All these guys are always on it. So these are the particular areas that I'm looking to, you know, take advantage, because what are they doing? They're building stop losses. That's all that's happening there, right? When you start running sideways like that, all they're doing is building stop losses. Guys are getting long, guys are getting short. Stop losses are above the highs, stop losses are below the lows. So what am I looking at? I'm looking at a reaction from hitting those stops and making the move. So that's what I'm always trying to find in the chart, is areas that stop losses are going to be setting, so that I can essentially, you know, take advantage of that push when it comes through and grabs those orders. So, and you know, when we start getting to lows like that, you know, a ton of people are trying to get involved there, whether it's the retrace to go back down, you know, because everybody looks at the chart two ways, sadly. I mean, I'm gonna draw a picture here, and everybody's gonna say, well, everybody doesn't look at it this way, but it's absolutely the truth. Everybody either looks at it like this or like this, and everybody does, regardless of if you trade patterns or not. Order blocks, all of it's all the same thing. Supply demand, everybody looks at it exactly like this. So it either breaks or it doesn't. It either breaks or it holds when price is going down. You know what I mean? So this is what they see. Both these are the exact same thing, essentially. It either breaks or it holds, and that's all they're looking for. And this is how everybody looks at it. So, you know, your demand's here. Your demand's here. So what happens when it breaks? It's demand now flips supply. Your order blocks are here, exactly the same thing. Your support is here, it's all the same thing. So this is the only two scenarios that you're looking at right here, and that's why we got these sideways candles. Why? Because they're sitting here trying to trade. They're trying to figure out, what is this? You see what I'm saying? Right here. What is it? Is this now demand going to flip supply? Is it going to break? So guys are trying to front run this. Guys are going short, thinking it's going short. Guys are going long, thinking it's going to go long. One of them's going to win. And that's where stop losses will get hit and the push will happen. You see what I'm saying? So, but they're all looking the same way. Every strategy is exactly the same. I say it time and time again. Everybody will argue and say that's not the case, but I can prove to you that every strategy is exactly the same. There's nothing different, guys. paying for all your courses and all that dumb stuff. There's no difference in any of it. It's all the same thing. So, but regardless,
same but different.
Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the same thing. Everybody's entering at the exact same places on the chart, and that's what people don't get. I mean, within a few, if you want to call it ticks or pips or dollars or whatever you want to say, everybody's entered at about the same place, and all their stop losses are at the exact same place. And that's what people don't, wrap their head around. If you trade order blocks, where are your stop losses? All you got to do is look at a chart. If you trade support resistance, where are your stop losses? Same place as the guys that trade order blocks. If you trade supply and demand, where is your stop loss? Same place as the other two people I just mentioned. If you trade trend lines, where's your stop losses? It's all the same thing. And that's what people don't wrap their head around. They say, oh, well, all these things are so much different, and this is the right way to trade. That's the real way to trade. Oh, retail trades this way. This is how institutions trade. No. They all trade the same, just the same. People don't get that either. Institutions trade no different. Their stop losses are in the same dang place. People don't get that either. But it's neither here nor there. You take, for instance, some great institutional traders. If anybody wants to, research it a bit, go on to YouTube and look at SMB Capital. That's one of the biggest institutional firms out there. And tell me how they trade. They've got plenty of videos that explain, different strategies that they trade, different things that they do. And if you can prove to me that they put their stop losses anywhere different than, retail traders, as people like to call them, which is essentially everyone else, let me know. Because I think everybody's stop loss is in the exact same place. And the only people that really take advantage of that is the market makers. So... I trade the vibes. Well, there you go, Aqua Wolf. You trade the vibes. That is something different, but okay.
He's a maverick.
Yeah, right? Take this off here so we don't have... taking up the screen or anything else. But yeah, I mean, it just is what it is. Like I said, when you've seen enough of this stuff and seen enough of these, it's all about the gut feeling. Doesn't feel good, don't enter. There you go, Aqua. How does that work for you? Does that really work? I gotta know. Is it really,
And that's for me sometimes.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've heard people say stuff like that. That's why I'm just curious. It helps me sleep better.
Well, I think...
There you go.
It's what they say about instinct, right? It's just like recorded experience until you don't have to think about it anymore, right?
Yeah. Makes sense. I don't know. The coin flip just needs to flip right. That is, or the coin, yeah. It's true. Coin does just need to. Because if I win, then it'll be okay. Yeah. I won it, but if I lose, man, oh man. Yeah, well, that's the thing too. Have you thought about doing a course? I've been asked about doing a course several times. I try to do, educational videos. I try not to do a course. I don't know how much people will take response to it, because I got to be honest with you, Sonia, and this is going to sound really bad, and YouTube, Kick, Twitch. I guess if it hurts feelings, it hurts feelings, but I got to tell you, people don't care about anything that they get for free. And I don't plan on making a course to sell it, so not within my set of rules, but I'll tell you, anything you do for free, people just don't give any kind of respect to, and that's half the issue. So, if you charge for it, all of a sudden it's the Holy Grail. Which, again, doesn't make any sense to me, but just a mindset, I guess. And anybody that's been around enough long enough knows that I don't want to charge for anything, so you feel bad for anybody who hasn't found this Discord. Yes, Sonia, I've said that. People tell me that nothing's free. So, and I've been told in the server that that's a lie. There's nothing free. And I disagree with that. I believe that best things in life are free. I'm in absolute agreement with you. That's good, Jeff. That's good. Uncle, that's funny. No, I don't trust anyone selling courses either. And that's the whole thing. Most people do. And that's where, I mean, my thoughts are, if you have to sell courses, and I realize I'm going to get all the haters again, because people are going to say, well, why should anybody do anything for free? Well, because you make money trading. So it shouldn't matter. If you have to sell courses, if you have to honestly make your money by being a salesman, I don't feel like you're much of a trader. But it's just my opinion, and everybody will come out with the hate and everything else. But if I was going to be a salesman, I wouldn't be selling courses. You know, I'd be selling exotic cars or something that's funner to do. Not selling courses on trading, I'll be honest with you. Sounds pretty freaking boring to me. But it is what it is.
I'll argue the other side of that. I think, you know, I think for some people it is just an alternative income, you know, and it's kind of a passive side income, you know.
Yep.
And
yep.
If you're good at trading, and maybe that's one of the few good things that you're good at, maybe you know, selling your wisdom is not such a bad idea. I don't necessarily think those are bullshitters, but there's so much of that it's becoming difficult to filter. But
Yep.
But I think that for some people it's just alternative income, you know, because you never know. Why not make the money with your craft while you can, you know, if there's demand for it, you know.
Yep. That's the thing. I just, you know, unfortunately, I see too many that actually can't trade, but yet sell courses. And, you know, memberships to Discord. And if most people, you know, and some of you do, I'm not going to say you guys, because unfortunately not all of you are, you know, blind to the fact, but most of the greatest course salesmen in the industry can't trade their way out of a paper bag, and that's the sad part. So that's kind of what I think it equates to, and that's how I look at it. As you say, okay, so what are you? And you know, when I say, okay, well, I'm going to make this course and I'm going to sell this course, well, what am I then? Well, now I'm just you know, a barrel of joy, just like them, a course salesman rather than a you know, a trader. And I prefer to be a trader. That's why I entered the industry. But that's just me. You know what I mean? It's just my thoughts. I just know, sadly, that most of the guys that sell courses, and I'm not trying to be funny, but most of the guys that sell courses honestly can't trade. They really can't. And that's how they make their money. If they do trade at all, if they put any money in the market, normally that's how they make the money that they put into the market, is from their course sales. And then they don't have to risk their own money because they've lost so much of it. You know what I mean? And it's a sad, sad thing, but it happens. It happens. And people follow them. And again, I'm not going to say they're not good teachers. I mean, I have no clue. There's plenty of people who use different trading techniques from courses and things of this nature that they claim to be, you know, profitable and everything else. But I have found that, you know, they claim 98% of traders fail, and it seems like, you know, 80% of traders that you talk to are profitable and the best traders you ever met. So it's, the numbers never number right. So I don't know. Just my thoughts.
There's always the other side to the story too. I mean, if you're really profitable trading, I really don't want to sit here and still present courses as well.
Yeah.
The reason I want to get into trading is to actually have time for myself.
Yep.
Maybe there are people that that enjoy the teaching part, but then they're not traders, they're teachers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that trade you took, I had an entry on the 15-minute which I took, but I got to TP1 and it came back and stopped me out. But the point is just we had a similar entry, but
beautiful.
I didn't have the patience or the whatever to hold it through.
Yep. It did not move as quickly as I wanted it to. I got to be 100% honest with you.
And I'll add to what you said earlier as well. I actually had a second entry there too on the 5-minute, so I could have gone again, but it was just banging around. If you look at the 5-minute, there was like a bunch of sideways candles.
Yep.
I didn't know where it was going. You had the insight to know that it was going up, but
yeah,
I don't know. Which it did, of course, but.
Yep. And I like helping people, guys. My whole purpose of, trying to teach, I'm not going to call myself a teacher by any means. You guys know, I've said a million times, I'm not good at this. I'm not going to, try to play like at any time that this is my forte and I'm good at trying to teach people. I do it as a way to give back. I would love to be able to teach you guys, help you guys learn how to take advantage of, stop losses rather than being the stop loss. And that's what I come here every day, hoping that, you guys can take advantage of it. But I'm not so much a teacher either. I wish I was better. Maybe you guys would, learn better, but that's not my specialty. Sadly, at the end of the day, I'm just a trader. Yep. You'd like to teach trading, Uncle Wolf? Yeah. And part of my reason for the server was my hopes that I could pass it on and guys in the server would pass it on and then people would pass it on and pass it on and pass it on. That was my hopes and dreams. So in, 50 years, there's still people in here passing on, the teachings and going on. That was my whole point, Teach about vibes trading. There you go. Yeah, if you can figure that one out. I want to teach people how to trade stop losses because nobody does it, and it's a crazy thing. And, even going back and saying, hey, my biggest influence to trade stop losses was JJ. You realize he doesn't trade stop losses. Everybody thinks that I just, picked it up from him, and it wasn't. It was just listening to him that it clicked in my brain. He doesn't actually trade that way. He trades order flow charts. He essentially trades, single prints. Areas in the chart where the price will move, which are them stop losses sometimes. Yes, absolutely. But are they stop losses always? No. He doesn't look at it that way. He just looks at it as order flow, TPO. Yep, that's what I said in the beginning. But you don't have to enter as normal. You can just enter where you were going to place your stop loss. You do that. That's what people say, which is true, because so many times people enter a position and they say, came up and it stopped me out, and then continued on. And the funny thing is if if you guys have been on many streams, I take that into consideration too. Like, a lot of times when you have a head and shoulders pattern or an inverted head and shoulders pattern, let's look at it like that. They will enter, okay, let's say an inverted head and shoulders. Let's draw it up. Let's look at this for a minute. Okay, so you've got your first shoulder, then you've got your head, and now you've came up and you come back down for your second shoulder. Okay, now guys will enter along here, right? Put stop losses below the low. When those stop losses get ran, this is why you get the reaction of, the head, or as, SMC ICT traders like to call it, this is a liquidity sweep, right? So what they will do after this is they will re-enter here. And I don't know how many times you guys have been here to see, but a lot of times I will place my entry just below here on purpose. Why? Because now your liquidity is here. For the most part, you got guys that, and there's a couple different ways, just like Aquawolf just said, what they will do is they will enter here, keep a loose stop loss, or maybe even more of a stop loss, and enter again here. All right, stops below. So now what this looks like is a bottom wick on the high time frame. That's all this is a bottom wick. So for me, once I get this closure below right here, which is going to come and sweep these stops, the candle up for everybody to go long again, I know that candle is going to flip, come down, and at least test these lows of where everybody's entry were. So you're going to get first push here, second push down to here, to go back, break these lows, and continue down. And for most people, this head and shoulder pattern, or the liquidity sweep that already happened, they don't realize that all it is a double bottom here, and that's why you put your stop close at this point, because now it's just double bottom again. So if it holds, it goes back up. 9 chances out of 10 it won't, because after the liquidity sweep, most people now are long. So we just played that position last week, if you pay attention to how the positions play. So if you take everything that anybody's ever taught you, or any course that you've ever taken, or any trader that's ever did anything, and said, hey, I want to trade exactly the opposite. Hold on a second, I think someone just... All right, guys, sorry about that. Okay. If you take any trading strategy, anything else, and you look at how they trade, that's the mindset you want to think about. What are all the other traders thinking? I'm not talking about retail traders. I'm not talking about SMC traders. I'm not talking about ICT traders. I'm not talking about institutional traders. I'm talking about all traders. When you think about how they look at it, when you see the shoulder come in, you see the head come in, you see it come back up for the next shoulder, well, that's an inverted head and shoulder pattern for a lot of people, so they're going long. The SMC guys, they're thinking liquidity sweep, so now they're going long. You can go through all these different categories of traders and see exactly where they're going to be at with it. And now, if their positions start failing, which is why we look for wicks, and flips of candles, then you want to be involved in that, because you realize that there's a ton of stop losses sitting there. Chances are they're going to get ran. Why? Because there's a bunch of orders. That's it. There's a bunch of orders sitting there. Market makers will grab the orders. It's got nothing to do with stop losses. Everybody says, oh, they're hunting stops. We call it stop loss hunting. I use that phrase too, because it was so thrown around, but in reality, it's just orders. They're going for orders. That's it. What a candle. We had news, didn't we? Or was it right now? pay attention to that. So, 10 and 21:30. 10 o'clock, so we got news in 7 minutes, guys. If you're in any positions, make sure you hold. Put your stop loss and a profit, something, you know, because you could get slipped during the news. Things could get crazy. Maybe not. Maybe we get no movement. Make sure to secure. EP, but it didn't hit my entry. Well, yeah, that happens sometimes too, Aqua. Unfortunately. Just testing the daily low here. We'll see how she holds. There's going to be a lot of long orders sitting right there, trying to catch it. So it would not surprise me if they don't win here, that you don't get a pretty decent push back down. There's tons of people are longing. A lot of room in between structure either, so it'll probably hold. This. That fake. And about 20 ticks. And back down. Hold about right here after dipping. So yeah. If it breaks. There they are, grabbing all them stops from all them longs. Low of the day reacted like that because everybody's going long. They'll push through it. Hope that makes sense. I mean, you should have saw that coming, right? Good morning again. I'm back, just like gold. Hey, Sonny. 2341, no worries. Go all in. Quarter long, I have no idea. You have no idea whether to go short or long, but go all in, Sonny? All right, fair. Fair. I hope everybody understands now how that worked like that, right? I mean, hopefully that makes sense. Your instinct, man, Bearable says. There's the vibes. It wasn't a huge surprise, yeah. It's the vibes. Aqua Wolf says it's vibe trading, Sonny. It's the vibes. It's going to be a very interesting news release here. I will tell you that. When we get a bottom wick on this candle, stop's still going to be too big. I can't really get involved here. I'm going to hit first, so I'd like to see a very nice bottom wick on this, though. Imagine a close like that. Yeah. I'm gonna sit out and watch this, guys. If you guys have an entry, go ahead. I mean, it'll be interesting.
Some things are starting to make sense, slowly but surely. Like I was anticipating that breakdown on the gold there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Whereas before, even a couple of weeks earlier, probably wouldn't.
Yep. Look at that. No bottom wick. What are you doing with this, Sonny? I got an idea. I'm not going to get involved, though. Prior to that big bang candle down, I would have felt like shorting that, actually, because that was your low that got broken. She reached 41? I don't think so. And
41.8.
Yeah, 41.8.
I didn't pull the trigger because I was expecting 41. Yeah, I was gonna follow orders.
Candle. It'd be funny as all get out if she broke and came back. Obviously, you can't get involved with this, but all the people that are long there are trying to FOMO back in. Dixie's dying.
Is there like an inverse relation or any kind of relation between Dixie and gold?
Yeah, it's inverse. When Dixie goes down, gold goes up. Normally, again, sometimes they split, but normally. I have a top wick and a bottom wick, yeah. It will be a move here, Sonny. It comes down and breaks them lows and pushes. It's going to be quite the move. You know how many people tried to FOMO in there? Because they got stopped out of their longs? Will be pain. He came for blood today. I can see it happening too. They are in trouble. They all tried to FOMO in there thinking that they got it right, and they just wicked them before news. Most of them probably got slipped. Oh man. Sonny says, I love that. It's true though, Sonny. You know exactly what's happening here. Look at the chart. Steve's gonna make him pay. It is gonna get ugly right here, guys. Oh, and it's gonna be so much. It's gonna be so much fuel to push it down too. Exactly what we just talked about. And this is the whole thing. The stop loss is too big for me, but I mean, this is an ideal move, an ideal entry down. They FOMO'd in so much that it pushed the price much higher than it should be, but if they come down and grab these stops, there's going to be a lot of hurt traders today. Maximum pain for sure. They're still trying to go long at these lows too. Look at them. Absolutely unbelievable. They never learn. Short max, I don't know how to get involved. I mean, if you've got a way to get in, that's completely up to you. As of right now, the longs haven't lost. They're trying. The buyers are trying. They're trying. I was a betting man. I'd say it makes a lot of sense for them to lose here, but that don't mean they will. You know, you got for me, I have to see some kind of you know, reasoning to get involved in something that makes sense for my setup and entry. So I can't really get involved here, but you have an idea, Sonny? Along at DMO, yeah. I believe it pushes down here and grabs the stops. I bet we make at least a lower low here. Maybe even more. We're still inside yesterday's range. It wouldn't surprise me at all if it had just pushed down and, you know, retarget these lows. I think we'll break this wick. As far as how much further, you know, that's still in the books. If we can come down and break this wick and trade sideways here a bit, maybe we can find an opportunity to get in. I'd love to be short in here, honestly. With the wick recovery being TP1. So essentially you'd be entered right there, wick recovery, TP1, and then pull your stop tight and try to run it down. But you know, where you're going to put your stop right now, you definitely don't want to put it here, because any breakout traders now have stops here, so they're going to keep jamming their stops just the same. Breakout traders are trying to get the low here, expecting that it's breaking out, and they'll come up and they'll hit these stops a couple times before pushing it back down. And longs are trapped. They can't go anywhere at this point. They're completely trapped. So they either lose or hold, and if they lose, that's just going to do more of pushing price down. So they start exiting their positions out of fear, and that's just gonna, whoever was long with them is gonna get even chopped up worse and killed. So it's just gonna give more fuel to push it back down, because all them now are, all their long orders are now short orders, you know? That's the problem. So more shorts and more shorts are coming in. People don't realize that when they, you know, when they get in fear and get out of their position, that kills their buddy that was trading the same way. One tick wick. It should. How many breakout traders try to come in and see if they just push it down? Yeah. They're still trying to enter their pushes. Little push. Not a lot. There'll be much more of a reaction once we get down to that wick. We're in trouble. Fun thing is, yeah, I'm seeing this breaking down. Yeah, fun thing is, Sonny, eventually we get to recover this wick. This one right here. Right now, but eventually. Into that thing. Need to wick on this candle, I just saw that. Put that on now. Cool. Yeah, Max, not a bad idea. I don't trade 15s anymore. I used to trade 15-minute closes. This whole range is just ugly. Yes, it is, Sonny. Absolutely, it is.
So ugly, you're not even going on the 5-minute?
Oh, no. No, I've never traded on the 5-minute. No way. I used to trade on the 30, hour, and 15. But I found that 15 was where I took a majority of my losses. So I X'd off the 15 and I don't take 15-minute entries anymore. I wait for 30-minute or hour closes.
I see. I thought you were trading on smaller time frames, at least occasionally, or for entries or whatnot.
Nope, 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 never. Never. I take everything off the hour and 30-minute. Now I'll go and look at the 5 if I didn't watch the candles build. Like, you can already see what the 5 did here, so I don't need to go back and look at the 5 now. But like earlier I was showing you where the 5-minute was. Well, that was because it was before I was on the charts. So it was on at like 7, and I didn't get off the charts till about 7:30. So I'll look at the 5 to see what built in the candles that I'm looking at currently. Because if you watch a candle, you know, and you see how this is building, you know exactly what every other time frame looks like. I mean, it's easy to see the... Oh, this is so... Oh, that's painful. They got him. Very, very nice, guys. That was very nice. They got him. You can see how it builds if you're watching your candles build live. So, I mean, you can see the 5-minute here, right? So, but if you hadn't watched the candle build, you can't see that because you don't know what happened inside the candle. So sometimes I'll go back if I wasn't at the charts and see what we're looking like on the 5, because most traders trade on the 5. So that's what they're paying attention to. So you take advantage of that too. The whole point that you want to see what it looks like on the 5 because that's what they're looking at. Sadly, I mean that's what they're seeing, which normally is another one of those things that gives them mass confusion because the 5 doesn't exactly look the same as the higher time frames. So I keep track of all my daily levels. I'll look at the 4-hour, but I don't really, I mean, I look at it for, you know, levels and quick recoveries and things of that nature, but I never really trade it per se because our 4-hour is not correlated, let's say, with Forex. We close at a different time, so I don't hold a ton of precedence to the 4-hour, just because it's so different across all the assets. You know what I mean? So the hour and half an hour is always the same. That is so beautiful. Thing of beauty, guys. I mean, sadly, these guys are getting killed. At least reach the 0.5 of this. It wouldn't surprise me if we don't tap yesterday's level, though. Man, oh man. Tapped me out, then printed a red. Oh, I'm missing all kinds of stuff. Breaking down, whole thing. Got me 31 ticks out of this move. Beautiful. That echo. Good job, man. Good job. Keeping me from being a schemer. Oh my jeez.
Right, you don't want to be one of those.
Yeah. I had 1.08465 on Euro USD. That's why I told you earlier gold could also wick down. What's up?
How did you take over and trading?
Oh, I still didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Did you get some good trades today?
Yeah, I had a good trade earlier. We were walking right through this trade, but there was no entry. But I mean, we knew it was going to happen. It's just there was no way I could get involved. So that echo got involved, which was great. Hopefully, some other people got involved. I mean, we knew what was going to happen. It's just not an entry I could take. I'm super strict on my rules, guys. So that's why I can't get involved. That doesn't mean that anybody else can't, right? Like anybody could have easily shorted the flip there and been super up in profit. Now it's just you know, for me, I'm super strict in what I do. So beautiful move though.
Yeah, on the log you took earlier, I was broke, so I let my brother take it. He made $1,100, but he did on a sim account.
Wow. Yeah, that one played out nicely too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've done that once or twice.
Yeah, it happens. It
Yeah.
happens.
Next entry. See, oh, it's printing. Oh, it's on the wrong account. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same as me, literally to the pip and then dumped. Yeah. Yeah, well, they were trying to hold it there for more longs to come in, And they were trying to get the breakout traders out right there at that flip, guys. Right there at that level, that 23.44.6. They were trying to shake the shorts out and induce longs to enter more. They were holding price there. You can see why they hold price like that, you know. And then they crushed them. Very nice move. Dixie must be pumping, boy. Yeah, there she goes. But still probably not take that 50, though. What a wick. Oh my geez. Hopefully I talked enough there, guys, that it makes sense what just happened, and you guys look at it differently than what, you know, you once did. That's my whole hopes.
Yeah, man, it's great when you're talking through the price action. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I'm always hoping for, is that, you know, you'll see it as I try to, you know, talk about it, and you'll start wrapping your head around it, so it kind of makes you think of it in a different way rather than thinking of it like, you know, sadly most traders think about it. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but unfortunately most people think of it exactly the opposite of what I'm sitting here trying to talk about, right? And that's the issue. But with that being said, like everybody knows, most traders lose as well, so you definitely don't want to wrap your head around it the same way as they do. Great position to be in, sadly.
Yeah, for sure. I think most traders have some bad habits they need to change.
Yep.
At least some.
Yeah, at least. At least. 3.34. Beautiful poll. I'm glad people are starting to see it. Now I'm up 4.5%, only 3.5% to go for phase 1. Beautiful, Aqua Wolf. Very good, very good. PTC pumped? I don't even have a PTC chart up no more. When I did that thing, I had a problem with my trading view. And I had to like close it and hit shift or whatever so that it'd go to the same size whenever I minimized it. And it closed all my charts, and I forgot to open a Bitcoin chart back up. I believe you, Sonny. Here's our wick.
You don't get a whip.
It's there already. It printed there. I bet they'll come down and test this a bit more, but yeah. I wonder if they do the same thing here at yesterday's. Because we're essentially trading yesterday's range. Are they going to come down? No, because we've got no more news. I can't take advantage of it that much. This is why guys don't like to trade the news. Real close to low ADR. Yeah, and you'll see a reaction there for sure, that echo. Well, I assume, I don't know, I used to use the ADRs on crypto. Mostly high ADR, because I used to like to short. Wasn't much into long in crypto. There's the tap. Yesterday's low, yeah. That's the orange line on my chart, that echo is yesterday's low. So if you guys, I'm sure you're here when I do my TA in the morning, but the orange lines are yesterday's high and low. The little green line and red line that are on my chart is the high and low by the time I come to the chart for today. I keep that just as reference areas, and I always keep the weekly open. Weekly open acts a lot like VWAP, right? This works, but I'll entry point is not a computer away the vital mode line on the chart. Oh, I just told you to. Yeah, that green line up there is today's low. Obviously it's not the same anymore, but I put them there when I come to the chart. When I first start my TA in the morning, that signifies what the low is when I arrive, and the red line is what the high is when I arrive. So right here, that was the high for the day, low for the day when I got to the charts, and the orange line is yesterday's high and low.
Trying to long this bad boy. Take profit one hit.
There you go. trade, good trade. Hey, how's it going?
Good man, what about you?
I'm good, I'm good. Just
How's
watching.
my mic, boys? Not too loud?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Alright.
Just watching this price action, King. So I'm coming
I
in
got
and
the Bitcoin. But I got the Bitcoin one. That's good.
nice.
Indeed, man. Up 400% right now. 400.
Perfect. Perfect.
Like always. What about your reality? Did you stick any trades?
Yep, I took long earlier on gold that played out nicely, and then I would have took the short on gold here when we broke the candle low of this current candle because we just had a top wick and then a flip. Stop was too big. I just couldn't, I couldn't get involved. I knew it was going to go down, and we talked about it and talked where the stop losses were and everything else as to what would happen, but just wasn't a position I could get in on. That Echo, luckily he got in. He took it. I think a couple other people took it and got advantage of it. I couldn't. Stop was too big, So and I stick to my rules. I can't help it. But it was a good move regardless.
No, it's whatever makes you profitable, man. Your rules are good and set to, and they have been proven to help you. Now stick to them.
Yep. Very true.
Oh, okay. I gotta go. See ya.
All right, see you later, man. Pretty close. Right at it. Some people would run off this level right here. Again, it's completely up to everybody and how they would prefer to trade it. I'm not getting involved. Some people would run off this and this candle. I'm not a fan.
All right. So TP2 hit.
Beautiful. Good job.
Now that account is at 53,120. So now I just wait
Is that
and
after
don't trade with it anymore.
Is that after your commissions?
Net liquidation 53,111.
Just check your rhythmic and make sure that it's after commissions, so that you don't have like $200 worth of commissions set there and you're not quite there yet. Just make sure that that's after commissions. If it's after commissions, you're fine. If it's not after commissions and you hadn't quite met the 53K goal yet, I should have been at that.
It says
low
account
81.
balance 53,111. So I should just wait for them to contact me, or how does this work?
Yeah, they'll just email you. You're with Apex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll email you by probably 6 tonight. They'll tell you.
Yeah, boy, you know it's Apex. That's the 50K account.
Oh, the one from the wheel.
Yeah.
Nice. Good deal. Good deal. Very nice.
All right, that's pretty exciting.
Yes. Very good. Very good.
So, all right. Thanks for the guidance.
Yep. But they'll email you. You just got to give your information, sign everything up, and then you'll be ready to go. All you got to do after that is make 2,600. Then you're 2,610 trading days, which they may be changing. And then you can ask for a payout. So if you want, I like to keep a buffer, but it's up to what you prefer to do, right?
So you mean I need to? How do you mean keep a buffer? Staying above, way above 2,600?
Well, what happens is when you get to 2,600, you're able to withdraw. Your drawdown then is 50,100, and it stops there because you brought your trailing drawdown up to essentially 100 above by getting 2,600. So at that point, your drawdown will always be 50,100. So, you know, if you were to withdraw your maximum at that point of 2K, well, you only got a $600 buffer. So if you lose $600, you blow, or $500 buffer actually, you lose $500, you blow the account. So you want to make sure you keep enough. Yeah, you want to make sure you keep enough, but your minimum withdrawal is 500. You could always take 500 out, or you could build it up with more of a buffer so that you can, you know, stack more contracts on, or it's just the sky's the limit. Essentially, once you get to 2,600, your point of blowing the account's 50,100, no matter how much you have in that account. If you go and you build that account up to, you know, 100K, your drawdown to blow the account's still 50,100. So you could put 10 contracts on it and let it run if you wanted to. You understand what I'm saying? So it just depends on you and how you prefer to trade the account. Some guys like to take as much money out of it as they can and keep themselves super tight on their drawdown. You know, other guys like to have a nice big buffer so that they can take bigger trades, add more contracts, make more money. It's just all on how you prefer to trade it. But that's the whole thing. You can take that 50K account and build it all the way up to the point that you can take, you know, 10 minis at a time. So, if that's what you choose to do. You don't have to, but you can. And that's what I like about Apex. Do you evade tax? You can't evade taxes. Yeah, I have a retired tax attorney that I use as my tax guy. Uncle Wolf.
So what happens if you get below 50,100 and you blow the account? Is that it? It's over?
Yep,
you can't reset it?
Nope, you gotta start over at eval and continue on again.
Alright, roger that.
And there's that flip, guys, and recovering that wick just like we said. Again, I didn't want to take that because I don't like taking precedence on the hour over the, you know, the half an hour over the hour. But you did have a close below. You had a nice bottom wick to recover. Got a nice top wick for a stop loss. You would have entered on the flip. And, you know, you expect the recovery of that wick. You would have already hit TP1 and been greatly into profit at this point. Up as much so far if you were take 41, 46 now. Nice for anybody that did get involved. Like I said, I like to hold precedence on the 1 hour, so I wasn't a fan of getting involved, but off the 30 it was a perfect entry. Jason with stop loss. Very nice, Paul. Love it when people are listening. Very nice, very nice.
Killing it.
But yeah, once you get your, essentially all you got to do is get your trailing drawdown to 0 is all you're trying to accomplish in the PA. And once you get there, then it's always just a stop at 50,100. So you can build that as much as you want. If you want to continue to just trade, whatever contracts you trade currently, then you could say, okay, well, 2,500 was plenty for that. So you leave 2,500 in there and you withdraw anything that you want over and above that. If you want to use it as a bigger account and run double the contracts, let's say, that you run right now, then, you leave a 5K buffer in there instead of a 2,500, so on and so on, however you feel comfortable doing it. But that's the whole greatness of having access to those 10 contracts. People don't realize that, but, eventually you could use them if you want to build up a big buffer. Now, if you don't prefer to do it that way, and you prefer to get more accounts, and you can run a copy trader and keep, small risk on each account and run a copy trader instead, so that essentially, if you want to do 10 contracts, and you're doing 2 currently, then you run, 5 accounts to do 10 contracts rather than, running them all out of one account. So you're kind of spreading out your risk. So there's a lot of different ways of thinking about it, but you really got to figure out whatever you prefer and just go with that. And then
sounds like a pretty smart strategy to be real safe and tight and spread your risk across multiple accounts.
Yep, that's how I do it. That's what I prefer. I got a copy trader straight through Apex because at the time I didn't know that they had the Replicanto Flowbots copy trader, which I'm not sure if it's a whole lot different. That's actually the copy trader they made for Apex, but I did go with the Apex one regardless. I think the Replicanto is a little cheaper with the discount and everything down there. But yeah, that's what I do. I prefer to spread it out over many accounts and just keep my position size the same. I run 2 minis on 50Ks and 4 minis on 150Ks, and that's how I prefer to do it. Yeah, just run multiple accounts with a copy trader.
Smart. I like that.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice, Aqua Wolf. Good job, good job. I'm so glad everybody here is killing it, because I gotta tell you, all the rest of the traders are getting their heads kicked in currently, so glad to see that you guys are doing well today.
Yeah, these are rough seas out there, matey.
You're not lying.
I'm looking at like 5 and 3 minute charts here, and it's a shit show.
Yep. Last few weeks have shown me the power of the Wix, yes. Yes, Paul. Most people don't even pay attention. I love Wix. I tried to tell everybody this, Paul, and you remember. Man, Paul remembers. He's not here currently. He's muted, but tried to talk about all this in the Pay It Forward Discord years ago. When I was using the Traders Reality indicator and turned the Wix on for liquidity zones, I was trying to explain how Wix worked, but nobody got the gist of it back then. They just, I don't know why, they just couldn't seem to grasp what I was talking about, and I think everybody thought I was half mad, but they thought I was a crazy person.
Yeah, it's really cool. If you ever feel like expanding more on that and sharing your wisdom, is before you talking about all the Wix all the time, I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah.
Not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get it. Essentially, I look for Wick recoveries. The Trader's Reality indicator used to be way back when, tactical analysis days, right? Running disruptive developers indicators and all that, and I had those as well. But the one thing that I really liked about the Trader's Reality is you could turn on the wicks for liquidity zones as well. So any vector wicks, which if you pay attention to your big wicks, are normally on vector candles. So any vector wicks were also marked up on your chart as liquidity zones. And I was using these as areas of recovery, just like your vector candles. So,
Okay.
and I look at it the same, right? Yeah, Paul, there you go. Yeah, my stop loss on, yeah, that shows how I deal with wicks today. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, watch that one, Man Bear Bull, if you hadn't seen it, or just pay attention to the wicks in that. Today, that's what I look for. I look for recovery of wicks. But way back then, when I first was trying to wrap my head around how wicks worked, I was using them as liquidity zone, if that makes sense. We were still recovering them just the same as vectors. So I was using the wicks of the vectors just the same, and that was something that nobody else was doing. And that's when I first actually started wrapping my head around how wicks worked, and I actually took one of the, greatest shorts that I ever took on Bitcoin was off of a wick recovery that I expected was going to happen from a scam wick that happened on, I think it was Binance or something way back then. It's been a lot of years ago, so I can't tell you. But I had a anchored VWAP pulled from the high, and I think right around 52, 54. I can't tell you exactly. I actually shorted Bitcoin way back when we hit, 60, whatever it was. And I shorted it all the way down to, I think I got out somewhere in the around 20, 21, and it ended up going down to like 15 at the time. But either way, it was basically due to a scam wick that came in, and I expected that was still going to be recovered because there's orders there. The orders had to be filled. So you can almost look at it similar to, do you understand order flow at all?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at a wick similar to a single print, just like you would a vector candle or a fair value gap, right? That's essentially the same kind of principle you take for a wick, especially a large wick that's on a vector candle. You expect that that'll be recovered, and that's how I looked at it back then. Now I even go as far as expecting wicks to be on candles because 87% of candles have top and bottom wicks. So when there's not a wick there, I basically look at that as a unfinished business, if you will, an unfinished auction, in order flow. So just something that I do. It's completely out of the box. I know it probably doesn't make sense to a lot because it's hard to wrap your head around, but that's what I expect. So it's for those wicks to be put in as well, and it happens time and time and time again. And I hadn't came up with the no wick theory until just the last 8-10 months, but it seems to work pretty well just the same. But recovering wicks has always been something that I'm hugely a proponent of. I believe that wicks get recovered, so No wick theory. No wick theory, question mark. What are you talking about, Max? What do you mean? Are you asking me? Or?
He's not familiar with the type of thing he's hearing.
Oh. Like this morning when I did my TA, when we were looking for the long, that was some of the basis of the long going up, was the top wick on the candle. So now we've got a top wick missing here. So I expect to, put a top wick on that candle, just the same as the wick we just saw, that we just put in right here. So essentially, see here, no wick, comes back, puts a wick. No wick here. So you expect that you're going to come back and run a wick. And if we run... and there's your wick. There's your wicks. See what I'm saying? So it happens time and time again. It's normally later on in the charts a lot of times, and people just don't pay a lot of attention to it. Right here was no wick. Again, we came down, put on a wick. It just happens. Again, does that mean that just because you don't have a wick that you go ahead and trade it because there's no wick? No, that's not what I'm saying either. You have to have reasoning behind it, but exactly, Paul. Good confluence, yeah. That's the whole thing. It's another thing to pay attention to as price is moving. What you're expecting from it. A lot of the way I trade, guys, and I mean, yes, I'm paying attention to wicks, and everybody gets confused. I don't trade a mechanical trading strategy. So it's not like, okay, well, there's a wick, so therefore you're trading it, or there's not a wick, so therefore you're trading it, and that's where everybody gets confused. And I mean, Jashim even came in one day, and I mean, we've talked about this too. He's like, oh, you're a breakout trader because you're trading breaking lows, so that's breakout. No, I'm only trading breaking lows if there's a bunch of stop losses going to be sitting there to where we're going to run the stops, So it's just your ideas of where people are and are not in the market. I mean, at the end of the day, you got buy orders, you got sell orders, and you got stop losses and take profits. That's the market. That's it. There's nothing more. So if you can sit here and watch these candles and watch these formations and watch your levels and say, okay, where are people buying? Where are people selling? Where would they be putting their take profits, and where would they be putting their stop losses? And so many people say, oh, well, you can't see that. I don't understand how you can't see that. You know what I mean? If you guys have seen any video or taken any course anywhere, you definitely can see that. Where is the supply and demand areas on this chart? Where are the support and resistance areas on this chart? Where are the order blocks? Where are the fair value gaps? Come on, guys, you know where all these things are. So if you were trading an order block, where would you have put your stop loss? Where would you have put your entry? If you were trading supply demand, where would you put your entry? Where would you put your stop loss? Where would you put your take profit? All these things are very simple. All these people taught us all this stuff. They taught us how to fade them. And essentially that's what it is. You learn enough of these things and you pay attention to where they're trading at, and you know exactly where you can take advantage of them at. That's really all I do. I'm looking for areas in the chart where a majority of traders are going to be said way, and their stop losses are all going to be around the same area. And then you just wait for their positions to fail. And you can see that in the candles. If everybody was long, just like we saw earlier. If everybody was long right here, and you saw what happened. They came in, you saw the long orders coming up, and if you go back in this stream, you'll see it. You saw the long orders coming up, and you saw them coming back down. You saw the long orders coming up, and you saw them coming back down. You saw them coming in, but they weren't winning the fight. They weren't making it take profit. So what are they doing at this point? There's only two things that they're doing. They either have their stop losses back at break even, because you know the take profits aren't getting hit, or they still have their stop losses below the lows about to get hit. So either way, it's win-win for being below this area. Either way. And the same thing comes in. So what happens? They get stopped out. Next candle comes up, longs come back in. Damn it, we were right. They FOMO in. That's why we got this big push. They FOMO'd in. These are all their orders. Well, what do you think the market makers did, guys? They bought all their orders right here. Why? So that when price came up from all these buy orders that they knew all these guys were going to get back involved in, they could sell. They sold these all the way back down. Held them as people push it back up, sold orders back. They were just turning on supply. That's it. That's what they held it for all these orders to come in and then turned it on so that they can buy here and sell here. That's it. And you see it happen all the time. Why? Because now we got stop losses down here, so they can fill more orders on the way down. It's easy. Where all the orders sitting in? Down here. So they tried to FOMO in. They're buying them. All the orders that they just got stopped out on right here, they were buying on the way back up from the market makers. Come on. Why? They took a stop loss, sold them at this price, and tried to buy them back up, thinking they were going to get this move back up to the top. This was the nose you're in. It's going to the moon. So, and you'll see that too. Yep.
I'm going to say reality, the best crack is I used to be one of those guys about 2 months ago.
Yep.
I now actually understand where I was going wrong. People need to look out at the 30 and the 1 hour chart, because I was doing exactly everything that you just explained there. I was on both ends of the wick of that candle. That's what killed my first account. So I understand now exactly what you're chatting about, and it's kept me out of bad trades today as well.
Yep. And another thing that people don't wrap their head around a lot either is you want to be a lot of long bias when you think about how traders trade as well, because believe it or not, most guys prefer to go long. I know that sounds crazy, but maybe it doesn't to you guys. I'm a short trader. I'd rather be short any day of the week than long. I feel like I see shorts better, but most traders prefer longing. You know, it's just like when you go to the casino and you go to the craps table and most people are going to be on the pass line rather than don't pass line. I go and I play the don't pass, you know, and people hate me for it. They're like, oh, why would you be going against the shooter? Well, because I know that the casino wins. Why would I bet with the shooter? Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm betting with the casino. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, look at all this shit they got up in here. They got some money. You know where they got it from? You.
Yeah.
So I play craps just the same way. And you know, I learned a strategy for craps back when I was 21 years old, when I first started going to the casinos. And this guy, he was like, I don't know, he had to be 60, 70 years old, had been playing craps his whole life, and taught me, you know, a crap strategy. And he actually ended up at the time going out to Vegas, and he stayed in Vegas and actually got like everything paid for. So he just sat there and played craps all day long, and he would win enough money that, you know, they comped his room and his meals, and so he just kind of lived in Vegas. He was on Social Security. That's it. And he made his money and got free food and board, so it worked well for him. All right, see you later, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Yeah, there are always more longs than shorts in the market. Yeah, people are more comfortable taking longs. Yeah, you're not expecting any. Yeah, no more trades. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me any. It's probably about done. I will be honest with you.
I agree.
One minute pattern goes crazy. And I missed this. That echo. One of my coworkers tell me he is making $3 a month per share dividend on one of the only around $30 per share. Oh. I missed that. Man, I miss a lot of these. I need to be better at this. Yeah, there you go. Break right out of that wedge, Max. Down to. You know why? Because it gets little on the ends. It's got no choice. Has to get out of there at some point in time. Can't keep going right and not go somewhere. But in all fairness, a lot of people trade that too. Again, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. You're gonna have traders that, you know, help push the position as it moves. Why? Because if it breaks the top, people are going to place long orders there. So you should have a little bit of momentum to push with them. Or if it breaks the bottom, there's going to be people, you know, placing short orders there. So you should always see reactions. And I mean, that's the whole thing. You're looking for reactions. You should always see reactions in areas like that. How big? You know, I don't know. But as, you know, more traders trade each of these, strategies, you're going to see reactions in the chart that show that. So trend lines are still traded. And I mean, essentially that's all it is. When you look at wedges like that, all it is a trend line, right? And trend lines are still traded all day. And you can call them trend lines if you're talking about what people like to dub retail traders, which is every trader that doesn't trade for an institution. And then you can say that what was the main portion? Trend line liquidity, something like that. There's some term that I think they call it trend line liquidity. Like,
no, it's called variable price liquidity zone.
Variable price liquidity zone. So there you go. That's like the ICT dub on it. So I think somebody calls it trend line liquidity too. It might be like SMC or something, but all the same stuff, guys. They're still the same pattern. It's crazy, right? But they'll tell you it's something completely different. Something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, A90S.
How dare you say trend lines? Retail traders use trend lines.
I know, right? Be back next week. All right, A90S. No worries, no worries. Glad you popped in. Good to see you, man. We will see you next week.
See you next week.
Here's one.
How's my TA? Perfect, man. Could that not be perfect TA? Look at that. Great, Max. I don't honestly think it's gonna do much else for the day, guys. That's my thoughts. Candles, but that also means decent sized stop losses. USD pumps and gold. they're inverse. Dixie and gold are inverse Aqua Wolf. Normally. Like I said, sometimes they decouple, as they call it, right? But for the most part, when Dixie's pumping, gold's dumping. When Dixie's dumping, gold's pumping. It did dump, right? Well, like, why did it go the opposite way? I'm gonna say something that's very controversial now, Aqua Wolf. And you're probably not going to agree with me, and lots of people don't agree with me. But Phil's came in here one time because he's the big news guy and he pays attention to exactly what the news is and exactly what is going to happen because of the news. And the news came out and he says, the news just released bullish for gold. He says, so everybody long. I said, I'm going to short. And anybody that was here can attest to that. And I shorted gold and made money, and he looked at me like I was a completely insane mad person. A lot of people try to trade this news. That's exactly why it goes the opposite way. So another one of those things, you got to be super, careful. And Porsche says because. I don't know if he's going to go on or if it's just leaving it hanging just cause. That's it. Okay. Fair enough. Man, Porsche says, you want to know which way it's going? Flip a coin. Sometimes, yep, exactly, and that's the whole thing. It's hard for me to say things because, unfortunately, traders still think how traders think, and I mean, everybody's taught to, programmed, but the taught, put it that way, think certain things, and that's the whole problem. So, does anybody, I know Jeff does, anybody else play poker?
Yeah, me, very seldom.
Okay. Well, if you go back to one of the greatest hands of all time, right? You go back to when the Moneymaker won, right? And the hand that really turned everything around, I believe he had King 7 offsuit, heads up, and the professional poker player at the time, which he wasn't really the professional poker player at the time. I think he got in on like a $100 and some buy-in online. And the guy had Jack 9. And he bet the 9 when it came, and the Moneymaker raised him, right, with nothing. Can't say with nothing. He had a flush draw and a open. But I don't remember if it was a gut straight draw or an open-ended straight draw. Regardless, doesn't matter for this talk, right? So he comes over the top of him. Guy calls. The river comes, and he doesn't get his card. So essentially, he's sitting with King High. You know what I'm saying? He has nothing.
Yep.
And old boy has a pair of 9s. Now, what he does next is absolutely just insane and unbelievable and great all at the same time. Like I said, he's heads up in WSOP, I think it was. So you're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars in between first and second place.
Wow.
And the guy checks, the pro player, and Moneymaker says all in. Absolutely nothing. Drawn dead. Has nothing. That right there explains the news to you just the same. What do you think the guy did? He has a pair of nines, and he thought about it. He tanked for a little while, and he thought, oh, you missed your flush draw, right? He was right. Instinct told him, you missed the flush draw. That's why you got so aggressive on the river. He even said it. The pro said it. You missed your flush draw, didn't you? Moneymaker never, he stayed stone cold. Never said a word. Never changed his expression. Never anything. And guy folded. And this is exactly how the market works, just the same. It plays with your mindset. Why did that guy lose? Because his mindset said, if I call here with just a pair of nines, I'll look like a big freaking idiot if I lose. And that made him fold his hand. Did he have the best hand? Yes. But your mind's still going to tell you that it's not a great place to do things like this. Was it the right fold? Probably. See the vibes? Yeah. Yeah, go up. There you go. See the vibes. The Moneymaker played him for weakness. And he knew he was drawing on the flush there. The vibes, like Alkawolf says, but he didn't trust his vibes, I guess. But he played him on weakness because of the way that he played the hand. And that's exactly what the market does. Your mindset will get you tossed around, tossed up, broken down, everything else, time after time after time. That's my whole, reason for the conversation there. You really got to figure out exactly what you're going to do. And when I first started playing poker, I learned a lot from a buddy of mine. His name was Lauren, not that it matters, but he actually back in his heyday went out to Vegas and played with the Unabomber. And any of you guys that know the old poker players, you'll know who that is. But he ended up playing in a 50K buy and cash game with him, something like that. I think they were 9 topped at the time, and he did really, really well. Basically handled him well. Wow. And again, you can go back and forth on all this stuff and say, is Unabomber's a pro player, your buddy wasn't a pro player. Yeah, every dog has their day, whatever you want to say. But Lauren was a very aggressive player. And if it wasn't for anything else, I used to have a real hard time playing him. I got better and better the more I played him. But like trading, I'm a very tight poker player. So I like perfect cards. I like perfect plays. I'm not super loose. I trade about the same, right? And he not that Unabomber. Yeah. That's what they nicknamed. That's what they nicknamed the guy, because he'd always sit there with a hoodie and sunglasses, and he'd pull the hood up and like pull the zip tie so you couldn't see any of his face. But anyway, he had one thing that he said that stuck with me more than anything, and that was the fact of when you play your cards from the get-go, if you're betting, right, you want to play your pocket cards as something, if you're going to bet it, as something that you're willing to go all in with. And that changes your whole, mindset for what it is you're doing. And you can transition that into trading just the same. I'm not saying that you'd want to go all in with anything, because obviously risk management's still part of it. But you should always take a position that, you would put your house on. You're confident enough in it that you would particularly go all in, and that will give you a different mindset of the trades that you get involved in. Because you see a trade and you're like, oh, it's decent, it's okay, that's an all right setup, yeah, I'll take a stab at it. How many times have you heard people say that, or you yourself has done it? You know what I mean? It takes a whole different mentality to say, and I would I'd put the house on this one. This one, I'm so confident that this is going to play, and a lot of time that's where you want to be instead of having these half decent or subpar trades that you get involved in that you're like, you know, it could be all right. You know, I could see maybe it'll work out good or blah, blah, blah. You want to be super confident and say, yes, I definitely would put it. I mean, you see that in how you trade too. Like, you know, this morning, you want to feel confident when you get in. This morning, the position I took, just for instance, right? I entered the position. It went almost to my take profit and then started coming back. And you guys know as well as I do, normally I will, you know, go to just above BE there. And I did. That's where I actually initially did. I need to go back and, you know, or were there. And then I pulled my stop loss back to where my stop loss originally was. And a lot of people say, I don't understand. Why did he do that? All these times that he always pulls a stop loss +1 and lets it hit the stop loss when it doesn't hit the take profit. I was convinced that that position was going to push up and go, you know. So that's why I had a second entry and entry again. And that's why I went ahead and let the stop loss stay where it was, because I was confident of that position playing out. And, you know, just a thought there, guys. Just a thought. Vibrations. Addicts music said. They say just kidding. No, ask Paul about these things. I'm telling you, he understands it a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, he's saying it now.
You're lucky.
Believe it or not, that stuff's flat. Yeah, I mean, it is. The only problem, Aquawolf, is, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna say that it doesn't necessarily work for trading, but I don't know. You can just, maybe I don't know that I can just take billings alone and say, okay, here's how I see it, because the market moves still for a reason, right? As much as we can talk about everything, there's still, you know, there's still logic to why. Like, why does the market go up? Why does the market go down? There's logic to this. It just doesn't go up because it feels like it. It just doesn't go up because, you know, or go down because it feels like it. There's actually orders there. Unlike poker, that is a difference. You know what I mean? Like, when you play poker, like me and Bear Bull just said, play your pocket cards like the only card, so to speak. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, obviously, you know when you're in a bad spot. And trading's the same way. You get your whole cards. You play them great. You got a pair of aces. Flop comes, you know, 7-7-6. You're not in love with your hand anymore, by far. You're hoping that you bet enough pre-flop to get any suited connectors out, like 6-7, or any of your ace-7s, ace-6, you know, suited hands. You're hoping that you bet enough that you got them out at this point. And if you didn't, now that's in the back of your head of, is that going to come back and sneak up and get me now? Because essentially you should have bet high enough raise that those cards, depending on what position they're in, are out. You know what I mean? And you always got to worry about the big blind if you're not there, because, you know, they're always trying to protect the blind, so they could have something like that if you didn't put on a pretty sensational bet there. Yeah. But the market's different when it comes to this, because it's not just chance. And I'm not trying to say that poker's chance either. A lot of people say, oh, well, you're talking about gambling. Everything's a gamble, guys. Don't get me wrong, right? But with poker, it really is chance of the next card. You've got a deck of cards. Any card really can come, right? To where the market only moves with orders. People have to be either longing or shorting. Once you can wrap your head around why they're longing and shorting, and again, I mean, you can say all you want that people trade, everywhere, and yes, there are people that do. Don't get me wrong, people just entering on every freaking 1 minute candle, but that's not a majority, and they're majority not entering in the exact same spot either, so you're not going to per se see that much reaction or movement because of that. So if you understand where your buy orders are coming in, where your sell orders are coming in, where your take profits are, and where your stop losses are, you essentially already realize what's going to happen when it pushes through each level, each zone to the next candle where your wicks are. You already expect what it's going to do there.
That's why you pull forth every single trade.
That's why it's not the same as poker per se, because like I said, you have pocket aces, you didn't bet enough pre-flop, flop comes 776, next guy bets hard on that 776. Now it's one of two things. Either he got two pair, he's got a full house, or he's bluffing because he knows that the position that you were in, you have high cards in your hand. And now it's a mindset thing. So now you don't exactly know where he's sitting at, to where we know exactly where all these traders are sitting, guys. Look at the chart. We know where they are. They can't hide nothing. We know exactly where they are. We know exactly where they're taking profit. We know exactly where they're going to get stopped out. They're essentially playing
as well.
They're essentially playing poker with us, but their hands are laying on the table, and we can see exactly what they're doing. That's kind of the difference, right? Hopefully that makes sense. How's it going, King?
Good, man. Good. What's it called? I mean, just took a trade, bro. He did good.
Beautiful.
Yeah, man. He sniped it. He sniped. Oh, bro has been learning from you, bro.
That is great. That is great.
Yeah. He said he 2x his wallet already.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I hope so, man. You're full of shit. Ask him, man. Ask him. Come on, ask him. He's talking to his mom right now. He's coming back. You can talk to him. That's cool. We were doing this live as well, man. You even joined in. What do you mean? Who, Emir? Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay, ask him.
Yeah, man, boy, I like that. I read yours too. Aqua Wolf makes sense. Makes sense for sure. Like I said, it doesn't. You could go on to saying like, and I'll put this in perspective for you too, Aqua Wolf, to go towards what you're saying. And I don't know if any of you guys have ever did like driving or stayed at work too late and tried to drive home, or yada yada, whatever you want to say, right? If you do things like that, you'll know that as it gets late, right, and you drive yourself home, sometimes you're tired to the point that you get home and you don't really even remember, exactly how you drove home. You just kind of zone out,
Yeah, it's autopilot.
But yet you still made it home. You didn't get into a wreck. You still stopped at all your stoplights. You still did all the things you were supposed to do, and you still got home without really thinking about it. And essentially that's the same thing as when you're playing, billiards, or we can go on to when you're trading. You sit here and you're just looking at the charts, and you just kind of already realize what, you've already got the knowledge of what it is that you know and what you should be trading and not trading. A lot of people call this in the zone, if you want to call it that, but you don't have to think about it. It just, your subconscious just kind of takes over and you rock with it. So yes, you absolutely can do that, Aqua. Absolutely.
Yo, Paul, do not say teenage stuff. You're gonna make people feel old. Yeah, it's called autopilot. like you
Yeah.
go into school. You learn everything. Okay, you participate in class, blah 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 blah, and then you come home and then okay, you forget everything.
But yeah, I mean, it is. It's like autopilot, and trading in a zone or playing in a zone. I play a lot of pool, billiards for all you the guys that aren't in the States. And I mean, it's the same kind of thing. You start playing your patterns, because essentially when you're playing pool, it's the exact same thing. You just play patterns on a table, right? At the end of the day, it's just
Everything in life is a pattern.
Absolutely.
History itself is a
Absolutely.
pattern.
Yep. And once you
History
start,
keeps repeating itself. There you go.
exactly. And once you see the pattern already, and your subconscious starts seeing the pattern, then you just kind of autopilot. There's not a lot to do with it. You walk around the table, you look at your out, and you play. So you really think about it once you get to playing in the zone. Now, when you're nervous and you're in a big tournament, and you can't get your mind right and everything else, I promise you'll lose. You
No,
make
but-
stupid
but-
mistakes, play bad, everything.
You know the thing is like if imagine you're like, it happened to this guy. I don't know. I think it's like tennis. This guy was playing tennis,
Uh-huh.
and then he was like in autopilot. He didn't realize
Yep.
it was just smashing the other guy. And then the other guy asked him, he asked him, how do you do this? And then he started thinking about it. It's like, oh yeah, how am I doing this? Blah 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 blah. He became self-conscious, and then he lost.
Yep. And that happens too. And I mean, trading's the same way. You guys, when you sit down and like I'll take.
If you overthink it, yeah, you won't.
Exactly. When you sit down and you just let yourself, get into the zone and trade, you'll see. I mean, you'll get there too. You have to have enough knowledge to be able to do that. A lot of people say gut feelings, and they take stuff when they don't have a lot of knowledge of what's where
gut
they should really
feeling
be
is-
at.
Yeah, the gut feeling is the byproduct of what's called of keep teaching, keep learning yourself, and more experience in the market.
Yep.
You cannot get the gut feeling from watching YouTube video. Never. Come on, bro.
Are you sure that you can't watch a YouTube video and be a pro trader? Come on, King.
I said guts. I said
Always-
gut feeling, not pro trader.
all these people on YouTube tell me that if I watch this 5-minute video, that I could be a pro trader and I could make millions and I could drive a Lambo. No?
I can get you 6 Lambos. You just have to full port CPI. Buy 6 accounts, and then invert them all. Pull a max swaggy.
Yes, knowledge.
90%
Yeah.
win rate.
Yes, Sonia. Knowledge is everything. You got to know everything. You got to know as much as you can. We're always learning, right? Always.
That's my quote. That's my quote, man.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I've got more courses than I know what to do with. If anybody needs any, obviously I'll drop them. But I mean, I try to learn every single strategy, because my trading strategy, or whatever you want to call it, right? My trading system, how I trade, has absolutely everything to do with where people enter, exit the market. That's it. Nothing more to it than that. So in order to know these things, you have to understand where people trade. You know what I mean? And in order to understand where people trade, well, what do you got to do? You've got to learn their trading systems.
I agree. Yo,
That
Emir.
is a big thing.
Hello, Emir. Bro, what happened to your mic, bro?
Yeah, brother. Reality is streaming, and I don't want to get like my brother's screams and everything on the stream. So, that's why
Yeah.
I'm myself. But yeah, did you need something?
What did you say?
Did you need something?
What do you mean? Did I make something?
No, you called me. That's right.
Oh, no, I was just seeing if you all were alive.
Yeah, I'm alive. Not for long.
Yeah, Allah. Oh yeah, I think the market pumped a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to catch like a stop loss right. Hold on, I have to take one. I wanted to catch a stop loss long, but okay, I mixed myself. Sorry.
It's fine, bro.
This is from the nursery. I don't know. Does anybody have any questions?
How do you full port 6 accounts at the same time?
Copy trader.
Thank you.
I'm good, huh? That was quick. He was not expecting that quick of an answer to that question.
Yeah, I was like, what are you full porting? Like, questions about. I was just like, yeah, fuck it, bro. Bro, did not care, bro. Did not care.
Oh, jeez.
And what if I full ported what's it called? What if I wanted to invert 3 of those trades?
I think you can I don't know that one.
There you
Yeah,
go.
You probably need you're probably gonna have to do like a second account and run a copy trader on it in order to run the other way. Yeah, that one would be a little tough on if you're using like NinjaTrader or anything. Now you can get away with doing that on MetaTrader because you can hedge, but not on NinjaTrader. So that's out of my sphere.
There you go. One simple question.
But
you cannot answer.
You could get another. You could get another account, and you could get multiple accounts on that. And if you use Sandboxy, then you can run 2 instances of Rhythmic and Ninja, and then just fade them that way.
Yo, guys, this is not financial advice.
Added Academy Pro.
Hell nah. Why did you ask me this, bro? Hell nah, bro.
Is that at their server? Man, I left that place.
Yeah.
Those people. Psh.
Tell me, what's your opinion on them?
Well, I was gonna. Caleb did a call with me and tried to get me over there as a analyst mentor, and he was trying to pay me, and I was like, I didn't really want to do it because I wanted to spend my time here, and then I started hearing bad stuff about him from, several different people, and I was like, man, I'm glad I never got involved with them. So I left the server. So I can't give you a personal opinion, King, as far as like anything that I have from personal experience that they, did, because I don't know so I can't get the personal opinion, but I've heard a lot. Anybody have any questions, though? I am probably going to shut down for the day. YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Discord, anybody, anything?
No, sorry, just back in time here to say goodbye.
Oh, okay. That works, that works. No questions today, Paul?
No, I've learned a lot, reality. I'm going to go
Beautiful.
back and I'm going to watch the entire stream again because that explanation of the breakdown of the candles was fantastic. I understand 99% of it, but it's that one last percent that makes the difference. But yeah, anybody that hasn't seen today's stream from the beginning, I strongly recommend going back to the very beginning and watching it all. I know that's what I'm going to do.
Beautiful, beautiful. Man, Bear Bull says, not currently, brain is full already. That's good. That's what I'm here for, is to fill up brains. That's what it's brain food. That's what I come here for every day. Give brain food. I love that. That's great.
Excellent. Yeah. I don't think much is going to happen. Maybe not until Power Hour.
Bro, but that,
has a tendency to do this.
Yep.
bro,
I
that
agree with
Unity,
us.
Unity place, bro.
Mm.
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. That's what I'll probably try to jump back in the charts around Power Hour. I might do some Nasdaq here and there, maybe, if anything presents itself. But I agree with you. I think it's probably pretty much done until then. So that's one thing I like
reality.
about futures. Yeah.
Yo, you know what happened with me in Unity, by the way?
What happened?
Bro, this, like, I wasn't active for like a year almost, right? And then what happened is basically Caleb attacked me in some guy's thing, like randomly, bro. It's like we haven't spoken in fucking a year. Then he attacked me, and the guy's saying he's seeing charts in real life, like harmonic patterns in real life, right? And bro, I don't know why, but sure, okay, then tag me in it. Then I said, what's it called? I said, you bitch. What's it called? Long time, bro. How have you been, man? And then I got banned. I'm like, huh?
Oh, jeez.
I DM. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? I'm like, what are you calling bitch for? Huh? Bro got a his ego fucking exploded in the time we didn't talk. Like it went more up than Bitcoin did in the span of 24 hours, bro. It's like, Jesus, man. Okay. Some shit, it just flies. No, okay. I wasn't even active, and then you mean Caleb? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Like more teenage drama.
Right, no, he's not even a teenager, bro. We we were cool like a year ago, bro. We were like really cool. We talked every day. He was a good guy, but now, bro, just banned me because I said bitch. You know? Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
It wasn't even like in a negative like view. I didn't say, oh, you bitch ass, blah blah blah. I just said, you bitch. Come on.
What age is he?
This is not even teenage drama. This is kindergarten.
Well, let me give you a wee bit of advice. I know you said with a bit of humour, but some people don't like being called a bitch.
No,
like me and you would sit here and laugh our asses off.
Wait, Paul.
You can call me a bitch and won't be insulted. Don't get me wrong, but there's some people think that are.
Paul. This is the same guy that a year ago he was saying more wilder stuff than just bitch, bro.
Well, some people can give it, and some people can't take it.
Yeah, 100%. But I know this guy. This guy used to be able to get that.
Well, he's obviously something has changed in his life, but he's not able to take it anymore.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe he's just based up. Who knows?
Bro became emo.
Stop arguing, bitches.
Banner.
No way.
Banner.
I love it. I love
Yeah,
it.
I'm with Sonia on that one.
Are you gonna fucking cry because somebody called you a bitch of the internet, man? Well, no. He said, what are you calling bitch? Who do you think you are? It's like, whoa. And then he blocked me.
Yeah, man, Bear Bowl, it's 140 for the PA fee.
Is that a one-off?
Yep. I mean, you could pay it by the month. I wouldn't. I never even tell anybody that. I guess I should include that. You could pay $85 a month, but I think that's very, 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 and can't use mean words on the internet today. Not the most smart thing to do.
Stupid is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, I can't say those words, but that's just me. I mean, the thing is, $85, and people could argue the fact, and it could be true, right? That if you think you could fail the PA, then you're better to go with the monthly. So you only pay $85. You fail it in a month. Now you continue on. Great, I agree. But if you pay, yeah, you could say that on YouTube. I just try to be friendly, also. If you pay the $85 and then you do make it 2 months, well, now you've got $170 invested, and you could have been $140, and that's lifetime. So just saying, if you make it 2 months, why not? And on top of all of it, well, like I said yesterday, and I'm not sure you were here, Man Bear Bowl, but like I said yesterday, you pay for your account. Let's just say you buy a 90% off, it's $16 change. You buy a 80% off, it's $36 and change. And I've always told everybody, don't buy an account unless it's on sale. That's just my opinion, right? And now you pay $140. So worst case scenario, you got 40, 140, just under $200. Let's say 200. You take that $200, you bring your eval or your PA, to 2,600. You withdraw all your money. It takes you 2 withdrawals to do so. You take $2K out the first time. You take $600 out the second time. You've made $2,600, or you made $2,500, right? For $200, And that now you close the account if you want. That's the one thing that you can get away with Apex that you can't get away with any other company out there. So, am I suggesting you do that? No, absolutely not. You should continue to trade. Why? No, I'm not. Why would you not want to continue to trade and make the money? I mean, it wouldn't make any sense to do that. But if you're just trying to flip your 200 into 2,500, do it and go on and do it again. But just remember, when you take your next eval and you have to make another 3K with a trailing drawdown, you could have had that 3K on your PA account with no trailing drawdown, and now you'd have another 3K payout. Just to put it in retrospect.
Yep.
So, and you could have had that 3K in your pocket rather than making that 3K for free and having a trailing drawdown that chases you when your trailing drawdown now is gone because you made $2,600 on your PA account. So just think about it, guys.
Yep.
It's math.
Yep. So you can find promo code for almost every firm on the internet. Yeah, they all run sales. Try to get people involved. Absolutely. And Apex extended their sale, so they're continuing on. I forget what the wife said, but she put in the server under the Apex channel for any of you guys who want to look at it. But yeah. But I pay the $140 for all new accounts as well. Yeah, every PA is $140 for a 50K. Now, if you do a 250K right now, it's $85. But it's only $85 until like June or July 15th, I think it is now. So that's why it was such a good deal to do the 250 and try it. Is because the monthly fee currently, the 90%, or it's not even 90% off, they're giving it for the $16, So you got $16 and then your PA is only 85. So actually it's cheaper than getting a 50K currently, but it's much harder to pass.
So you would say, but it's all risk management.
Very true. Alright guys, does anybody have any questions at all? I've already got them all.
No.
I think we're done. Hopefully we got them all one time. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Alright guys. Have a very good afternoon, evening, or night wherever you are. And I will see you guys first thing tomorrow morning. See you later, Paul, Man Poor, Asif, Aqua Wolf, Man Bear Bull,
Cheers, man.
Dad Echo, Sonny. Cheers. And who else do I got? Adios, Sonny. A90S has already gone. Rat Killer. Yep. Thank you for showing up, guys. I appreciate you all. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you for being here all day. We will see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Absolutely,
Bye-bye.
absolutely. Bye.
Good one.